announcements here, and then we'll get you going. Need to recognize our sponsors. We got a pretty nice long list of those, thank goodness, and helps us put these things on. Ebonite is our bowling equipment sponsor for the whole season. USA Mortgage, Infusion Bowling, used to be Logo Infusion, then I Am Bowling, so they have 3 divisions now. If you go out there to order a jersey using code GIBA, they'll give you 25% off, guys. That's a pretty big deal. They're really helping us out this year. Quick Star, Quick Trip, so when you go fill up your gas tank, be sure you swing into Quick Star and support them. Budweiser, Bud Light, The Other Place Restaurant on Ridgeway Avenue, Hampton Inn, and the Waterloo Convention Visitors Bureau. For the whole tournament, we've got live stream provided by the illustrious Mike Flanagan with InsideBowling.com. Let all your friends and neighbors, all that know, and they can watch the live stream for the whole tournament. Also, Jeff Riggles isn't here, but I want to give out a special thanks to him and his 11thframe.com bowling blog for helping to promote our events. That's a big deal. Last but not least, I'll give you your skip pattern for today. We're going to make it pretty easy on you. It's going to be skip 1, skip 2, skip 1, skip 2, skip 1, skip 2. So 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Make it easy. All right, we're going to go ahead and get them turned on here in a minute and get you going.
All right, boys, we're going to go ahead and get your lanes turned out for practice. Good luck and good scores. Make sure you do hit start play when you're lower monitors.
Scott.
Folks, it's great to be back here in Iowa at the new Maple Lanes. I'm Mike Flanagan from InsideBowling.com, and welcome to this morning's coverage of the A Squad qualifying 7 games for you here from Maple Lanes. I have a lot to talk about here today, but it just feels good to be back here. February 4th, 2020, the old Maple Lanes was set to fire by some folks that intruded into the bowling center, and the Amy family have worked so hard to rebuild this bowling center, and it is beautiful inside. I'll try to take a tour of it later for you. I plan to do so, but I've been coming here for over 8 years, and it was very sad to see Maple Lanes burn to the ground. They've rebuilt a beautiful bowling center here, and it just feels good to be back. So I wanted to say that as we open up here. As you take a look, we head out to lanes 11 through 14, the new 11 through 14 here at Maple. Look at the new beautiful masking units. You were seeing it during practice. Designed by family members. It's got all kinds of different beautiful shots of the city here in Waterloo, Iowa. Again, the Amy family, Rich and Kathy, Fran and Linda, and of course, Zach Bajorner, also silent owner here, but I want to mention his name because if it wasn't for him, the Fusion Realtors that this tournament used to be known as would not be possible. Folks, I'm glad to have you with us here on Inside Bowling this morning here on this wonderful, wonderful Saturday. We come here twice a year. We come here in February, and we also come here in September. It's the Ebonite Fall Classic here with you, and without Ebonite, this would not be possible. Be able to bring you this stream. Don't forget to thank the sponsors, everybody. This one's got a bunch of them. I want to thank our title sponsor, Ebonite. Brunswick family of brands. If you're looking for a new bowling ball purchase, make sure you consider an Ebonite bowling ball. Also, associate sponsors have been part of this for a long time. Waterloo Convention and Visitors Bureau, formerly known as Logo Infusion, and they still are around, but Infusion Bowling is the new name, big sponsor of this event. You can use coupon code GIBA, and that coupon code is going to save you 25%. That's right, 25% over at Infusion Bowling. Make sure you check them out. Our friends at USA Mortgage have been a long-time contributor to this event and sponsor of this event, so thank you to USA Mortgage. Budweiser and Bud Light, the Hampton Inn where I stay, a new beautiful Hampton Inn over on the other side of the river here. It's a beautiful area. I was really impressed with my accommodations last night. Make sure that if you're in the Waterloo, Iowa area, you check out the Hampton Inn. Also the OP restaurant on Ridgeway. And also gas stations, Quick Star, also known as Quick Trip. Also part of this event to make it happen for you. New bowling center, which means new setup for me here, which has been a little interesting to try to figure out. They've got beautiful light fixtures here in the center. And I get a little bit of a glare off the scoreboards, but in the center it looks beautiful. So you should definitely get up here and check out the center. It's gorgeous. All right, I guess we need to get down to business, don't we, everybody? Need to get down to business. Should also make mention that the old Kingpin Bar and Grill is now the Kingpin Social Club, which has 2 levels. Beautiful restaurant. I mean, it's gorgeous. Makes Buffalo Wild Wings look like it was something from the 60s. And they've got 8 duck pin bowling lanes in there. And it's got the old Brunswick masking units retro look. It's awesome. And again, later on today, I'm going to try to take the wireless camera around and give you a look at this new bowling center. It is beautiful. But hey, I think this is a good opportunity now to kind of take you around the center, tell you who's bowling this event, the Ebonite Fall Classic. The lead story is we're just back at Maple. And now that we transition out of that, we'll head over to talking about the event itself, which is why you're all here. On this squad, the new Maple Lanes has 28 lanes. The old center had 32, and with the new build and the additional revenue streams coming in out of the new beautiful Kingpin Social Club, 4 less lanes, but that will not matter when it comes to this event. A few less entries, but that's okay. So bowling on this squad, you're going to hear some pretty big names here from the amateur ranks. I also, before I forget, I don't want to get too carried away, but a fixture in this event, someone who's supported for a long time, also a 3-time champion, I believe it is. I don't have my champions list here, but just from memory, Tom Hess. Congratulations to Tom Hess on the run he's been making out on the PBA 50 Tour. Well deserved, my friend, and good luck today in match play at the Senior Masters as you're still undefeated and looking for your 2nd major of the year, winning the U.S. Open just a couple of weeks ago. Justin Aboud is down on lanes 1 and 2, bowling with Cameron Crowe and Nate Stubler and Josh Green. We saw Nate Stubler and Cameron Crowe last week here on Inside Bowling at the Springfield Doubles Tournament, finishing in a 3rd and 4th position. They bowled outstanding. Down on lanes 3 and 4, Kenny Calkins III, Jordan Eli, Dwayne Kiltz, Sean Riley. On lanes 5 and 6, Quincy Bruce, Daniel Healy, Jared Durant, and Colin Smith. On lanes 7 and 8, we've got Trevor Blessing Light, Lance Rockwell, Jared Gossi, and Alec Riesland. On lanes 9 and 10, we have Ryan Burke, Scott Merritt, Mark Stenger, and Steve Taylor. On 11 and 12 here, we got Jason Miner, Adam Morse, Zach Grime, William Jones. 13 and 14, Alex Denton, Zach Denton, Megan Hess, and Addie Nelson. And those happen to be 4 of our featured pair for you here. And the step ladders will actually take place on lanes 11 through 14. A little bit of a format change this year. Instead of moving pairs after every single game, because of the way the layout is here in that, they're actually going to do the step ladder on 13 and 14, then go over to 11 and 12, then back to 13 and 14, and then back to 11 and 12. So a little bit of a change this year in the step ladder. The bracket matches that'll take place, if you're familiar with this event, will be on lanes 3 through 8. 3 through 8 for those. Moving along here, we will continue on lanes 15 and 16. We got Chase Donner, Isaac Goodman, Jace Meyer, Jordan Schottmer. 17 and 18, we have Josh Collins, Josh Peverell. Lane 18, Mitchell Kelly and Seth Sekema. 19 and 20, we got Michaela Kelly, Chris Wiley, Tyler Tornell, and Logan Williams. 21 and 22, Greg and Joe Engelkis with Quentin Bolin and Troy Fuller. 23 and 24, Steve Hawtrey, Dennis Weaver, Shan DeBowler, Greg Olson. Not the tight end from Carolina that's now in the Fox booth, but still Greg Olson is here bowling. Lanes 25 and 26, Kyle Anderson, Ryan Lakota, Kyle Kroll, Brian Thompson. Lanes 27 and 28, Dan Limish, Brandon Mooney, Chris Karinsky, and Justin Petrie. So that is your rundown of all the players on this A squad this morning. We'll have 3 squads for you today. We're going to have a B squad coming up at 1:30. And then we will have C Squad tonight at 7 o'clock for you right here on Inside Bowling. 3 squads here from the Ebonite Fall Classic here at Maple Lanes. We're in Waterloo, Iowa. Glad you're with us this morning. And now this is my my opportunity here to take a look at the chat. Then I'll get you an oil pattern up, and then we will probably be through most of game number 1. Looks like my scoreboards are having a little bit of difficulty focusing. I will work on that. As we get moving along. As you guys know, this coverage gets dialed in. Every center is different. The morning takes a little bit to get going, but by the time we get cruising along, we'll have everything dialed in for you. Tomorrow morning we'll be back again at 9 a.m. with the Cashers round. 5 additional games. Pinfall will carry over, and then we will go to our modified bracket stepladder, where we will take the top 10 that makes it into that. 10 will bowl 7, 8 will bowl 9. The winners of each one of those will go on to bowl 5 and 6. The winners of each one of those will then go on to determine who will be the 5th seed. And then 4, 3, 2, and 1 will be a traditional stepladder based off of the 12 games of qualifying. I want to welcome everybody into the chat here. How is everybody? I see a lot of folks in here active already. Over 200 people watching here on Inside Bowling. Glad to have you here. Really do appreciate it. Our channel is crushing it right now. If you haven't subscribed to our channel, make sure you do over on Inside Bowling. We'd appreciate that. Also, give this video a like. We would appreciate that as well. And, of course, on the bottom left-hand side, you'll also see that we do have a coupon code available for you, which is called YouTube. You type in YouTube on InsideBowling.com, and you can save 15% off of any of the merch that we sell on Inside Bowling. You can help support the channel here. We have over 400 t-shirt designs. We have hoodies. We have a lot of different little knickknacks in there, including bowling cards. And I posted a really cool picture of probably the most epic trading card in the world that I've ever seen, that I happened to see when I was over at Steve Orff's house when I was visiting in St. Louis. If you want to check that out, you can follow us on social media, Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook, at Inside Bowling, or just / Inside Bowling, and you'll be able to take a look at that beautiful card. It's a 4-card auto. And all the autographs are on the card. It's really incredible. And the 4 names on the card autographed are Walter Ray Williams Jr., Parker Bone, Pete Weber, and Mark Roth. It's a really cool card. We've got a bunch of cards available on our website as well. Very affordable prices. You can pick up a piece of memorabilia, and you help support the channel also. Coupon code YouTube over at InsideBowling.com. Hi to Jay, Terrell, Mikey, Judgment. Mr. You Did It To Yourself, hello. Wes D. Brian. I'm going to go grab this oil pattern here for you. We're going to look at it. Got to be honest, folks. I almost think this is better for you guys watching at home. I haven't looked at the pattern. I just haven't. I haven't looked at the pattern whatsoever. But we're going to look at it together for the first time. You're going to get my instant feedback. Got to take a picture of it here, put it into my software, and then I'll bring it up on the screen for you guys to check out. All right. I think I might just have it here. Might just have it. Looking for my screenshot here on the desktop. Might just have it. I do. There it is. Let's find a spot to put it on the screen where it doesn't look so ridiculous. No matter how I do this, it never works beautifully, but I don't have a producer and a truck or anything like that, so we'll do the best we can here together. Alright, let's see. Alright, folks, here's our oil pattern up on the left side of your screen. I'm going to look at it and dissect it with you right now. Alright, so we're looking at, from top to bottom, we're looking at 42 feet in length oil distance, 14.9 milliliters on the way down, 16.32 on the way back. 31.22 total milliliters of oil. If I look at the top box, the chart there, looks like it's oiling to 22.9 feet, and then the brush is just on the lane with no more oil being applied to the brush, from 22.9 feet to 42 feet. On the way back, it looks like the brush does come back onto the lane at 42 feet. It just touches the lane until 36 feet, and then it starts applying oil again from 13 to 13. From 36 feet to 32 feet, oils all the way back to 5 feet, and then buffs back to the foul line. If you go down and you look at the ratio, 1.86 to 1 ratio, which is very flat. Very, very flat. And at 42 feet in length, if you do the rule of 31, the exit out of the end of the pattern at 42 feet should be around the 11th board. 9 to 12 board roughly is kind of the area at 42 feet that the bowling ball should be at as it makes its move to the pocket. They do have new lanes here. They are AMF lanes. Brand new surface. So now for the first time, I'm going to actually watch some ball reaction with you guys here. Because I haven't really watched much ball reaction yet. Well, the left is walled. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, Jason Couch. I'm just kidding, Parker Bone. I'm just kidding, Cameron Crow. I'm just kidding, Nate Stubler. There's Megan Hess. Got a good look to the pocket there. Adam Morse had an open frame and then 4 in a row, or 5 in a row. I take that back. So he's got a good look to the pocket as well. Young talent here. That's one thing about these Waterloo events that Joe Engelkiss and his family from the Greater Iowa Bowling Association put on, is you get a lot of young talent up here on the lanes. This is where I kind of have an opportunity to identify who the up-and-comers could be on the PBA Tour. Speaking of which, we do have, I know of at least one PBA bowler that'll be bowling this event this weekend, or at least was on the list on Thursday. You can always make a change. Addie Nelson with a strike up. William Jones with spare, triple. How you doing, Andy Buelo? Good to see you. Yeah, Armando, you're right. I need to work on that. Here's what I think I'm going to do. Man, see, here's the problem, guys. With the focus on these scoreboards, the problem is they've got these lights in here. I'm going to show you my other pair, right? It's kind of the same thing, okay? And then I'm going to move my other camera. I'm going to show you what I'm dealing with here. Get ready for the worst live stream shot in the history of bowling. Ready? These are the lights that are at the new Maple Lanes. And that's what's causing my scoreboard issue. You see the way that those bright lights are shining off of those? And it's causing quite an issue here. So I'm gonna go try to adjust the focus and see what I can do for you guys. But I'll be back in just a moment. Enjoy a couple frames here without me. I've made a couple of adjustments, but it just does not like the right side of the screen where a light is and the left side of the screen where a light is. Let me know if that's any better, everybody. I changed the exposure on the cameras, but there's no way to get it to focus really any better. If there was a way that I could dim those, would be great. Anyway, we do the best we can with what we have. They're also at an angle. I'll show you guys another example here. So like right here in front of my booth, I just moved the camera. Look at how it's showing the monitors. And these are the same cameras that I use at every event. Every event. It just does not like these lights on these things. Got a deadwood removal there. I gotta look at this on my phone. See what you guys see. I think it's better, everybody. I'm looking at this online. I realize that left monitor is not super easy to read. It's like the right. That's the same, by the way, if you're looking at the screen, that's the same camera pointed at all the monitors. And if you look at, you know, the lanes 13 and 14, the left monitor looks pretty good. And again, it's the same camera for all 4 lanes. So, it's some sort of lighting thing. Okay, back to my job. Back to my job here. For being 42 feet in length and a what did I say, a 1.86 to 1 ratio, it's supposed to be very flat. We're certainly seeing some scores in this game, number 1. You know, typically at an event like this, you know, to cash is around 203, 204 a game, typically. Maybe a little higher than that, but, you know, just looking around, we got a possible 230, 210, 212, 268, 219. Oh, some way somehow these lights are able to dim. Oh yeah. Somebody just dimmed the lights. Oh, this is way better. But yeah, they just dimmed the lights for me. So now look at the scoreboard starting to glow a little bit better. And the reason why the scoreboards are flickering is because of the lights that they have in here. These are like some really high-end lights. But hey, that's better. Thank you. Somebody phoned that in. Somebody's watching and phoned this in and is helping us with our broadcast remotely, and it's greatly appreciated. And it wouldn't surprise me if it wasn't Rich. Amy. Yeah, no, it doesn't stress me out. It just, you know, I'm here for, what am I here for today? I was here at 7. I'll be here till midnight. 15, what is that? 17 hours? I'm going to be here 17 hours today. And then tomorrow I'll be here from like 8 to 5. So that's another 10. I think. No, 9. So I'm going to be here 26 hours, everybody. So for the first half an hour of the broadcast, you and I get this thing dialed in, then I'm good for 25 and a half more hours. You know what I mean? I'll tell you what, this has become a nice intimate setting in here now. I'll have to show you guys how it's changed. Remember that camera that didn't really want to focus on the scoreboards? There's what it looks like now with the dimmed lights. But again, this place is so beautiful. It's unreal how nice it is in here. Like, I want to bowl. I want to play duck pin. I want to come over here, bowl over here. One of these days, I'm going to bowl this event. It's going to happen. It will happen one of these days. $219, $186. William Jones can finish out for $247. I am digging our new graphics package. We put the city in the background last week at Springfield, and I liked it so much that I had Carlos, my graphic designer, he's amazing, put the cityscapes in the background of these events. I know it's a little busy at the bottom, but it's really kind of cool, unique. Megan has finished with 158. Addie Nelson has got a nice string going here. Still get to 236. Skip procedures, skip 1, skip 2, skip 1, skip 2, skip 1, skip 2 today for our 7 games. Nice shot, Addie Nelson. Another great shot. Let's see if my replay works. Take a look at that shot one more time. There's Addie. Boom. Pin action. New pins here, too. again, it was February 4th, 2020 when the Kingpin Bar and Grill in Maple Lanes burned, and they opened up just here a few weeks ago. New Maple Lanes here in Waterloo, and they always make me feel so welcome here as well. Don't forget Cadillac XBC also here in the area. Two great centers, two great options here in Waterloo, Iowa. All right, so that's going to take care of game number 1 over here. Now let's head over lanes 3 through 6. Looks like someone has moved my cameras. I'm going to work on that real quick. I was just told that Ryan Lakota had 269 the first game and Chris Wiley had 279 the first game. Lakota started on lanes 25 and 26. Wiley was on 19 and 20. Now, as far as standings are concerned, I've been told that Jennifer Engelkiss is going to put all this standings in one place, and you can just refresh all weekend. And I'll get that link in the chat. But you can head over to GIBA. Their Facebook page is where they're going to post that link. We'll also get something out about it as well here. Let's see here. And Andy Buelo was the one that called. Thanks. Good day, Mike. From Central Australia. Good day to you there, Grammy Hughes. Think I'm going to put another shrimp on the barbie. Great to have you with us. Great to have you with us. Got some superstars here on the screen for you here in game number 2. You saw them last week. Crow and Stubler, along with Justin Abood, Josh Green. Just next door, Dan Limish, Brandon Mooney, Chris Karinsky, and Justin Petrie. Yeah, like I said, folks, our channel here has been absolutely crushing it. With the instructional videos we've been putting out on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and the live stream last weekend, great viewership, and now again here this weekend we're starting out with a bang already. Much appreciated. It's hard to believe we've been doing this for 10 years. Again, we'll be back with you today for B and C squad qualifying. So if my math is correct, it's 56 bowlers a squad is what we can take. 56 times 3 is what, 168? I think that's the number. 168 bowlers will be a max field. We are full this morning. Stubler with strike spare double, looking for 3 in a row here. He's looking for a little redemption after last week missing a 7-pin that prevented his team from going to the finals and the Springfield doubles. They had front 8, and he almost 7-10'd. Fortunate just to leave the 7 and then missed it, which is really uncharacteristic. I mean, this kid's unbelievable. And then Shea Bittenbender and Tim Barrett threw a strike in the 9th, Tim did, and then in 10th straight, Shea tripled, won by 259 and 257. It's an incredible match. We posted on our Facebook and our Instagram yesterday. Cameron with a double now. Justin Abood with 4 in a row. Just one open on this pair through 5.5 frames. A little firm there by Josh Green. Dan Lemish with an open and 5 in a row now. Stubler wraps the 7. So if you look at that gray wall, grayish looking wall on the left side there, on the other side is where the duck pin lanes are. 8 duck pin lanes on strings just to the left of there. It's pretty cool. Bounce out of here. We'll head over to lanes 11 through 14. We got Lance Rockwell and Trevor Blessing Light, Jared Gossi, Alec Riesland, Ryan Burke, Scott Merritt, Mark Stinger, Steve Taylor. We'll bounce back and forth through qualifying as we always do. And why did my graphic change to that? Why does it say game 5 of 7? It is not game 5 of 7. It's game 2 of 7. I'm on a mission from God. No, that's Blues Brothers, but I took off on September the 8th, drove to Denver, hung out in Denver the 8th and the 9th, drove to Springfield on the 10th, set up on the 10th, streamed the 11th and 12th, went to Lake of the Ozarks the 13th and the 14th, spent some time with family in St. Louis the 15th, 16th, and yesterday I got in the car and I drove to Iowa, and after watching that game about a month ago, the Field of Dreams game, I'm like, you know, Field of Dreams is pretty close to where I'm going. I got to head over there. So I left a little early. I went over to the Field of Dreams. Really cool experience yesterday. Set up here last night as much as I could anyway. They had a full house of league. Got up this morning, and here I am for 2 days. Head back to St. Louis for a day, and then back to Utah, where I'm from. Cross-country trip. Kim and I and our dog Mimi will be making it all the way back. We're going to leave on the 21st, try to drive all the way through. So I will have been gone from the 8th until the 22nd. That's a trip, folks. That's most of September. So if I'm a little on the rusty side of things, or you hear me wearing down, that windshield time will do it. We've been coming up here live streaming these events for about eight years now with Joe here in the Greater Iowa Bowling Association, GIBA, as they like to call it. It's been a fun ride. It really has. You know, there was talks a couple years ago. I was talking to Joe on whether or not he was going to continue even running these events. And I haven't heard that in a couple years now, so it just keeps going. Not only that, but he also runs the 11th Frame Open, which has grown into a really big event. And that's where they use that goofy format I told Wriggles about that I came up with, called the Flanagan format, is what they're formerly calling it. I need to bowl that one sometime. I want to bowl my own format. So again, if you're just joining us, 1.81 to 1 ratio here, very flat, but high scoring to start the day. We got a new lane surface here. We got new everything here at Maple Lanes. Rebuilt bowling center. Everything is new. They did a wonderful job designing this bowling center. Open ceilings. Pretty sweet. Brandon Mooney comes in light, wearing his Blackhawks jersey today. I'm a Blues fan, so I don't dislike the Blackhawks, but Brandon, what are you doing here, bud? No, AJ Johnson, he's a huge Blackhawks fan too. When the playoffs roll around, we give each other the business a little bit. It's all in fun, right? Josh Green can still bowl 209. Stubler 248. Justin Abood looking good. Still bowl 215. Justin Petrie now with 5 in a row. Bowl 236. Mooney finishes with 191. Limish can still go back 11 for 277. Cam Crow up now in a 10th frame, can get to 247. Double up on the board for Abood. I've never seen Justin Abood bowl before that I know of. And another young up-and-coming player here, looks like to me. I like the way he throws the ball a lot. You know, they grow corn in Iowa. Well, I also feel like they grow bowlers. 215. Limish up in the 10th now, looking for 9 in a row. Dan the man. Hello. New pins, new lanes. And here's our poster boy, Cameron Crow. Looking for 247. He's one of the favorites to win the event. Looks like he's throwing urethane. Hey, Matt, Danny, James, Wes. I see all you guys. Derek. Glad to have you with us today. I do have standings after game number 1 were dropped by. Cameron Crowe throwing rockets. They all fall. Chris Wiley, as I reported, was the high game, 279. Ryan Lakota in second with 269 the first game. Brandon Mooney bowled 258. Kyle Kroll 250. Josh Preverall 246 along with Logan Williams. William Jones had a 245 game along with Alec Riesland. Greg Engelkis had 243. Dwayne Kiltz had 242. Addie Nelson had 236. Josh Green and Chase Donner both had 234. Quincy Bruce had 232. Jace Meyer had 231. Troy Fuller had a 226 game. Stinger 225. Boland 223. Healy 223. Blessing Light 222. Dan Lemish had 220. Adam Morse had 219, Jared Durant 217, Cam Crowe 215, Nate Stubler 212, Chris Karinsky had 210, Calkins III had 210, Abood had 205, Thompson and Rockwell and Goodman and Anderson all had 203, Burks 202, Justin Petrie 201, Michaela Kelly 200. So 35 players were plus out of 56 on a 1.81 to 1 ratio. Holy cow. Holy cow. It could be. It is. It's caught by the second baseman. All right, so some scores. Some scores around. Greg Engelkis had 280 that game. I was just told by Jennifer. 11 through 14, not quite at the striking pace, although there are strikes up on the board as lanes 3 through 6, but we'll head over here now. 247 for Crow. Stubler had 228. Josh Green finishes out 189. Justin Abood had the 215. Lemish finished with 274. Over here, Alec Riesland, as I mentioned, was in 8th, bowled 245 the first game. Let's see here. Cameron Crowe's a beast. Wouldn't surprise if he wins. Yep, definitely. Kyle Sherman's on C squad. I'm anxious to see how Kyle bowls. He's probably the favorite to win, I guess. Is there any advantage or disadvantage to new pins? Typically, new pins don't carry as well because it takes a little while for the bottoms of them to get worn in. And new pins just don't fall over as easily. Jerry Mars, Inside Bowling Open. I see what you're trying to do there, Jerry. I understand. Thanks for the message, George. Appreciate it. Yeah, I'm going to go look at what you guys can go look at as well here in just a moment. I do have a little bit of housekeeping to do. I guess I can do that now because these guys still have a frame or two to go. So if you go to GIBA-bowling.com, GIBA-bowling.com, you can see who else is bowling this event. Andy, who was in the chat, Andy Buelo, he'll be bowling the next set. Dave Dentlinger will be bowling. He's made some finals before. Cameron Foster, Utah transplant. Let's see. Steve Keeler, he's a champion. He's won this event before. Chad Nelson, who was there last week. Tony Oliva, it'll be good to see him. Nick Pate's bowling the next squad. Clay Reese all the way from Utah as well, along with Lizzie. His daughter's going to bowl as well. I saw them getting on a plane last night. Jonathan Shallows made some finals before. Seen him do that. Andy Stone, it'll be good to see Andy. And Laura's also bowling. Joe Stone bowling the next set. Let's see, who else bowling? Rob Warren, we've seen him make it pretty far as well. Made a final. Let's see, who else is bowling? Dave Barris. He's won this event twice at least, I know. He'll be on C Squad. Quentin Boland's bowling. Let's see. Quentin Boland's bowling. Do you hear what I just did there? Boy, I'm really on my game today. Let's see. Tom Hess is still on the sheet, but he will not be bowling. He's bowling, just not this event. Nick Crummel's bowling here today. Be on C Squad. Oh, I don't see Sherman's name anymore on here. He must have dropped out. Must not be bowling. So he was on here midweek, but not anymore. Matt Tomsu, also, who has that 1 in a billion trick shot video that we put out of where the 2-pin stood back up. I'll double check on the Sherman thing. But it looks like Nick Pate is bowling. All right, wrapping up game number 2 here. Stubler and Crow came by. Wanted to talk to me a little bit about last week, and I was a little critical of Stubler missing that 7-pin last week, and I like to just make sure everything's cool and we were having a good discussion. They might join me in the booth later on. We were talking about they were wanting to know what I thought this cut score would be here, and they're predicting about 250. And I put a number to it in my mind, and I think the number is going to be closer to 350. And when I say cut score now, we weren't discussing actual cut score. We were discussing actually the top 10 number after 13 games. What it's going to take to get in the top 10 after 13 games. And I said 350. I took 227 times 13. So 27 times 13. 351 was the number I thought it's going to take to get in the top 10 after 13 games. Once again, when they just bowl 7 now, the pins will carry over for the morning casher squad, which will be 5 more games. And these guys are back for some more here. We got Crow and Stubler again in game number 3, and then they will be gone for the rest of the day. But these guys here are a couple of the favorites coming in for sure. Crow says it feels like, doesn't feel like 1.8 to 1 right now on the lanes. And he also mentioned to me the last week. I said I don't like Crow as much this week, meaning last week in Springfield on a house shot, as I do next week in Iowa, bowling on something much flatter. That's just what these guys bowl on all the time. And here's the other interesting thing. You're watching Stubler and Crow here, the lefties, and they're both using urethane, and urethane is in play. So that's always, that always adds a little bit of drama, a little bit of discussion for you guys in the chat and whatnot. Shay and Tim are not bowling this event. They're bowling an event in Kansas City this weekend. I did get confirmed that Kyle Sherman will not be bowling. He's dealing with some more tightness in his shoulder. Jay in the chat, you should come up and bowl this sometime. You and Aaron come up. Plenty of stuff to do here in Waterloo for the kids. Bowl opposite squads. That'd be great. You can sit in the booth. I'll let you run one of the squads in the booth. Show you how to work this thing, and I'll bowl. And then everyone can see total domination of the field by me. You'll have to call the finals and everything, Jay. It'd be wonderful. Well, it's a pretty solid squad here this morning, I gotta say. The scores are pretty high. Let me see if I can find that link, get that link out for everybody as well. Let's see. All right, here's the link. All right, I'm posting in the chat the link to standings, and these are going to be the links for the standings the entire weekend. One Stop Pop wants to know, maybe I haven't seen Mike. Are you still working with Ebonite? No, I'm not. Not by choice either. You know, when Brunswick bought Ebonite, you know, things change. And I thought we were going to have a deal in place. They took my contract and honored it. It expired in April of 2020. And we were talking about a new deal. And then COVID hit. And then we were out, and unfortunately, as bowling has come back, there's been no phone call my way for even any sort of discussion to just, hey, things are starting to come back now. You available to do any work for us? Don't know how much we can give you. What do you think? No interest at all. And I've seen that there's been 6 or 8 job postings since then. So I believe they have completely moved on. Not interested in my services or what my team bring to the table. And we've been pursuing other avenues. And unfortunately, some of it is outside of bowling because we gotta put food on the table. So no hard feelings. It's business. I get it. Business is business. I felt our team brings a lot to the table. But we'll be fine, and they'll be fine. It's unfortunate that, you know, no phone call or anything has taken place. But I appreciate the question very much in the chat. I have respect for all the bowling ball manufacturers and companies out there. It's a tough business to run. And there's different philosophies and different ways to get to the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. And an investment into digital marketing and social media and video the way that we do it. I wouldn't say that we're cheap, but I also wouldn't say that we're expensive compared to other ad agencies and other industries. So unfortunately, just a deal hasn't been able to get worked out or even a deal to be discussed. And I'll kind of leave it at that. But again, I want to reiterate, Ebonite Fall Classic, you know, they are They are proud sponsors of this event, which they knew I was streaming, and they support that. They also sponsor with their Hammer brand the Hammer Holiday Doubles, and has continued to sponsor that. So again, just so you know, I want to clear this up. No animosity either way. But I would have loved to have been able to continue a relationship there that I believe COVID kind of broke, and they've moved on since then and are hiring folks to live in Muskegon to do the work for them, as I understand it, or from what I can see from their job postings that are out there. So all the best to them and all the best to us. Everything happens for a reason, and you know, I've got some other things in the works that I'm working on. It's no secret that there is a bit of a desire for me to launch my own brand and do it my own way with my own marketing, put my money where my mouth is, and you never know. That could be a possibility as well. There's been some folks that have reached out to me about that. Wouldn't be anytime soon, but you never know. You just don't. So appreciate the interest in our business here. And that's probably one of the other reasons why you've seen me live streaming a little bit more. You know, I used to commit to 20-plus weeks a year on the road for Ebonite International, and then Brunswick continued that on. I did some work for them on the road as well, as our contract was still underway. So I have a little more time on my hands. You know, everybody thinks that I'm super busy and I can't take on any more, and I actually have the lightest workload that I've ever had. Well, not that I've ever had, but that I've had in 10 years. I'm not bored. I keep myself busy, but Kenny Calkins III, Jordan Eli, Dwayne Kilt, Sean Riley. Calkins III, I believe, finished second one year. He's got the front four. Always bowls in a hat. Kind of got to respect that. Trenton, exactly. Marsha. Thanks, Marsha. Look, I've just tried to hang out in my lane here and do my thing, pun intended. The one interesting thing about me, right, is a lot of people do work and you just don't know what they do. With my team at Inside Bowling, and it is a team, all of our work is on the internet. You can check and see the work that we've done. It's all there. It's public. This broadcast right here is public. I think there's all kinds of seminars, events, ways to educate fans of your brand, all done through streaming online. I've been doing it for 10 years. Can you go find somebody that can do it better? Absolutely. I don't claim to be the best, but I think I'm affordable. I will say what Storm has done with their morning bolt during COVID and continued it on, that kudos to them. They've done an excellent job with that. All the manufacturers are really struggling with imports, bags, shoes, all that kind of stuff. Kudos to all the manufacturers for that one. But of course, this is the Ebonite Fall Classic. If you're considering a new bowling ball purchase, I suggest you head over and check out Ebonite. Got standings up after game number 2 Greg Engelkiss is your leader, 123 over after that 280 game. Dan Limish, we saw him right here, bowl 274. He's now plus 94 and in second. Third is Ryan Lakota at plus 82. Kyle Kroll is fourth at plus 78. Fifth is William Jones at plus 69, along with Quincy Bruce. Seventh is Daniel Healy at plus 65. Eighth is Cameron Crow at plus 62. Ninth is Dwayne Kiltz at plus 55. Addie Nelson is 10th at plus 54. Calkins the third right here on your screen, bowling a big game this game. Calkins is plus 52. Brandon Mooney plus 49. Josh Green plus 49. Fuller plus 45. Jace Meyer plus 44. Nate Stubler plus 40 and 16th. Can I pin a comment in here? I guess so. Good call. Good call.
Gave you 2 first pages.
Oh. You need all this. There you go. Jennifer gave me her score running sheet. Okay, I'm situated here now. Got it. Everything's good. Got my lane assignments. All right. Catching up here on the chat. Let's see. What pattern are they bowling on? 42 feet in length pattern. Let's see. Yeah, and it's Calkins, not Calkins. I call them Calkins all the time. It's just how it reads. Calkins, but it's Calkins. Let's see. Yeah, Calkins was the 2019 Peterson winner. That's right. Game Breaker ASIM is a great ball. Thanks, Rory. Appreciate it. Yeah, definitely higher scores than normal for this tournament, but what is normal anymore? This is a brand new bowling center with AMF SPL lanes, brand new. Pretty high friction, level install, brand new. Thanks, Sam. Appreciate it. Thanks, Jake. Oh, man. Edward, you're cracking me up. You guys are asking for the pattern. I'll put it up again. I opened the show with this. There is your pattern. Take a screenshot of it real quick, everybody. That way you have it. And if you couldn't get it in time, you can rewind and DVR this and record it right now. It's there. You can scoot back and screenshot it. Yeah, again, if you want to support the channel, we've also got this super chat now too, where you can get a pinned comment yourself. Let's see. Wriggles has the pattern on his page. Thanks for the pattern report. Looks good for the lefties as usual. Where do you sign up for this tournament for next year? Yeah, so you go over to GIBA-bowling.com, GIBA-bowling.com, and you can sign up for this event. Greater Iowa Bowling Association. It's September and February every year here. Here's Cameron Crowe. He's got a triple. Over-under on this shot, 9.5. 9. Jordan Eli looking for a strike here in the ninth. Has a max score of 279. Yeah, these scores are high, and it's not an easy pattern. Oh, just as I peek in and finally talk about this big game being bowled, here comes the 2-4-10. The pin action's pretty incredible in this building right now, I gotta say. This is the first time for everybody bowling here in a tournament. This is the first event they've had. The footage and the coverage here does not do this bowling center justice by any means. I just got to figure out when I might get in a couple of duck pin games here while I'm here. See if I can get some of these guys to bowl me in jackpots over there. Saw two 2-4-10s there. Lane 11 and 13. Eli and Josh Green. Yeah, I actually had the guys flipped. Hey, how's it going, man? Yeah, I get what you were saying now. I don't know what I was talking about. Josh Green. I was just calling it backwards. Telling you, I'm losing it, folks. Josh Green is the one-hander. Abood is the two-hander. And I knew that. I was reading it off the back. I don't know why. I was calling it out that way. Hopefully I'll get everything right by the time we get to the finals. It makes me have such an appreciation for a guy like Dan Patrick. Although he had a rough show the other day. He could not spit things out of his mouth. He even stopped at one point and said, "Man, I can't even talk today." I listen to Dan Patrick almost every day. I do know that that's Nate Stubler there, though. I do recognize him. He's got 227 left. Now Crow misses a 7-pin. That bounced out of the gutter. That's going to be 191. All right, I'm going to get this right for the first time today. Justin Abood up on lane 12. Wow. Sorry about that, guys. Let's see. Dwayne Kiltz can bowl 223. And these new pins, man, they are you can really hear them. Dwayne Kiltz also, I don't know if he bowled for the title, I think, against Casey Murphy and lost. Casey Murphy's won this event a couple of times as well. I think we have 3 two-time champions. Tom Hess, Casey Murphy, and Dave Barris. $181 for Josh Green, $188 for Josh Green, $191 Cameron Crowe, $220s here for Stubler. Abood can get to $195. Jordan Eli with that 9-pin can get to $232. Calkins can still bowl $265. Sean Riley can bowl $225. And it's $222 for Kilts. George, what are you doing? You want to come here and sit with me? Help me figure out who everybody else is. Yep.
Guy had the front 9. He got the 10th and pulled it.
Who was that?
Scott Merritt.
Scott Merritt had 285. I was just told. There's definitely some scores out there. $285 for Merritt. He missed way left on his 11th shot. I was told the high end's pretty tight, too. Oh, Sean Riley here finishing up, 225. All right, everybody, welcome to game number 4 here at Maple Lanes, the new Maple Lanes here in Waterloo, Iowa. My name is Mike Flanagan. Welcome to the Ebonite Fall Classic 2021. A-Squad qualifying. We're going to have 7 games for you here. Then we're going to come back at I believe it's 1:45 actually is the time. 1:45 with your B-Squad qualifying, then back again at 7 for C-Squad. We'll be back tomorrow morning around 9 for 5 games of Cashers qualifying, all pins carrying over, and then we'll cut down to the top 10. Then we'll have the top 10 go out and bowl in a modified bracket / step ladder that happens there. And that's how we do things here at the Fall and Winter Classics here, sponsored by Ebonite. Again, Ebonite, the title sponsor. We also have some great associate sponsors as well. And we'd like to thank them at this time. Of course, Waterloo Convention and Visitors Bureau, Infusion Bowling. You can save 25% at Infusion Bowling with coupon code GIBA. GIBA is the coupon code. USA Mortgage, Budweiser and Bud Light, Hampton Inn, the OP Restaurant over on Ridgeway, and Quick Star, Quick Trip gas stations. They're more than just gas stations, though. They're little mini towns in there. You can get just about anything. You can get fresh food. You can get lottery tickets, drinks, cash at the ATM, motor oil, air fresheners, gum, snacks, anything you want at these places. Tim, that's interesting that you say you missed the Flanagan and Mike J times. We didn't work together that much. Got some Dougie Vision shout-outs here. Trenton, I'm loving your comment. Trenton says there's definitely been some scores out there. No truer comment has ever been made. In fact, 56 scores out there per game. This squad. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. That's true. You know, it's a tribute to the John Madden commentary. Stating the obvious. You know, Brett Favre, he's a good quarterback, and good quarterbacks wins games. Therefore, Brett Favre wins games because he's a good quarterback. Right? Great players can do many things. And Brett Favre is one of those types of players. He can do it all. He can bootleg. He can stand in the pocket. He can run for a first down. He can drop a ball in a bucket. He can gunsling it out. He can rapid fire. He can throw a duck that players can even catch. And that's what makes Brett Favre so good, because he can do so many things. Well, every player on the field can do so many things. They can probably cook, take a shower, brush their teeth, right? I'm definitely guilty of following along in the path of the greats and analyzing what they say and do during other sports and applying it here and trying to be consistent with how I say things. But yeah, when I say there are definitely some scores out there to be had, what I mean by that is the lane conditions and the quality of players in this environment are capable of putting up higher scores than we would have thought coming into the event just by looking at the lane pattern. That's what I mean when I say there's definitely some scores out there. I try to say it in one sentence instead of a paragraph. But I can understand where you can give me the business here a little bit about it. Makes sense to me. Makes sense to me. Kyle Kroll, Ryan Lakota now. Kyle Anderson, Brian Thompson. Still got Limish, Mooney, Karinsky, and Petrie. What's up with all the Blackhawks jerseys up here? This is concerning to me now. Take a look at this. You got Mooney in the number 12 and Tornau's in the 14. This is problematic. I'm surrounded by Blackhawks bowlers. You know, Pete Weber's got a sweet St. Louis Blues jersey. He actually wore that on TV in one of those made-for-TV events that the PBA put on. Just a quick glance here at 3 through 6. Head back over to 11 through 14. Our main bay here. See Maple Lanes. When they rebuilt the place, they kept 3 of the walls. It's part of the deal when they built it back out. Chris Collinsworth is becoming John Madden, Danny says. You know, I like Collinsworth. I know a lot of people don't. Patrick Kane, the GOAT. I like Kane. I like DeBrincat and Kubelik. Hey, Blackhawks fans, did you guys get this? Did you get Mark Fleury? Is he now okay? Is he going to play for you guys? He okay now? Because he was struggling with that. Again, if you want to see the standings are available at the pinned comment here. It's a Google Drive. They keep updating them there. I've got standings after 2. We're in game number 4. Here for our A squad qualifying this morning. Mikey Man X says, no one's worse than Joe Buck. I'm not going to agree or disagree with that. I kind of like Joe Buck, but I'm from St. Louis, so I could be a little biased. Indy Bowl TV, good to see you. All right, I've got a standings update now after 3 games. William Jones plus 147, so scoring pace has come down quite a bit. Greg Engelkis plus 129. Kenny Calkins III, who we just saw bowling, plus 96. Dan Limish plus 95. 5th is Jace Meyer at plus 88. 6th, Chris Wiley plus 86. 7th, Ryan Lakota at plus 81. Dwayne Kiltz is in 8th at plus 77. Quincy Bruce at plus 75 is in 9th. Brandon Mooney in 10th at plus 74. Followed by Kyle Kroll, Nate Stubler, Alec Raisland, Daniel Healy, Alex Denton, Cameron Crow, your top 16. Currently right now, out of the 56 players on the squad, we have 38 of them are plus. Chase Donner at plus 2. Is the stream looking okay, everybody? And is the sound coming through okay here today? I forgot to check that earlier. I just want to double check, make sure everything's good. I appreciate all the help during game number 1, getting the lights dimmed and getting us to a good spot here. Oh, wow. Trenton doesn't like Darren Pang. Thanks, Joseph. Mr. Bevelaqua. Mikey, man, I have not drilled up anything. I haven't been bowling much. You know, we got a lot of folks plus here, 38 to be exact, and the scores do seem kind of high when I just look around. You know, you look at this 11 and 12 pair, and there's a lot of strikes on this pair. It's going to be a very high scoring pair. But you look right next door, and even though it's not low scoring by any means, but you know, 2-0, 2 teens look like what most of that is going to be there, more than likely. Cameron Croft on the right side of your screen. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in a row for him after going double open spare. Swinging still bowl 256. He's in the 240s already. He's just on the right side of your screen, just off the screen. Lemish with a double. And he still get to 230, and there's a couple 230s still up on the board there on 13 and 14. But Ryan Lakota can still get to 258. Great shot. Brian Thompson can still get to 233. Kyle Anderson, 257. See Mooney over there now with 4 in a row. Again, Mooney was in 10th coming in. Lemish in 4th. So they didn't get started till about 8:50 today. The time is now 10:49, so pretty much 2 hours to bowl 4 games. So that's 3.5 hours a squad. They'll be finished just after noon here. Next squad will fire up at 1:45, I believe is the number. Couldn't trip the 4 there. Brian Thompson can get the 222. Lakota's got the first strike in the 10th. Again, 258 still the max. Anderson can max for 257. Kroll, 266. Lakota didn't like that one, but it looked pretty good to me. Mooney's over there just striking at will. Hey, everybody. You're 6 in a row. Be in the 230s. Urethane is certainly in play for the lefties here. Lakota with 257. Anderson can match it. So 220, 250, 250, and possible 260 here. That's a pretty high scoring pair. We picked a good one here. No doubter for Kroll. And it's not like this on every pair, like, you know, our other featured pairs that I have for you here. Something weird just happened here in the building. Lights went out, went back on. Something very bizarre. What's that? See, take a look at the scores over here. 150, 214, 205, 189. And somebody bumped my cameras, of course. So 257, 234, 221, 264. pretty good. Head back over to 3 through 6. Get going here in game number 5. We've got, we got Joe Engelkiss and Greg Engelkiss. Greg is in second after 3 games. They're bowling with Quentin Bolin and Troy Fuller. Next door, we've got Michaela Kelly, Chris Wiley, Tyler Tornow, and Logan Williams. Glad you're with us here, Ebonite Fall Classic 2021. I'm Mike Flanagan from InsideBowling.com. Don't forget, we'll also have B Squad coming up for you at 1:45, and then tonight at 7 o'clock we'll have your C Squad. We'll be back in the morning around 9 a.m. for Cashers qualifying, and then we'll have our top 10, which will bowl the modified bracket, and then we'll get into the step ladder and Toro. My man Toro here. He just came up and talked to me. Tyler Tornow. He said, you talking about me and Mooney's jerseys, our Blackhawk jerseys? I said, yeah, it was. You got a problem with that? We'll settle it on the ice this year, buddy. Anyway, no. He came over, gave me knucks, said hello. So this pair, high scoring the last game, almost had 200 over across the 4 bowlers, and that is not a good break. Not a good break at all. Logan Williams here. See if he can pick up the 7-10. What do you say? I think that'd probably be the first one picked in this building. But to no avail. Got the AMF pin setters, AMF scoring, AMF lanes, AMF masking units here. And yes, I'm here, everybody. But I'm trying to allow folks to continue to string strikes because we have 4 in a row and 5 in a row. And 3 in a row and 2 in a row and 3 in a row and 1 in a row up on your screen right now. I guess for whatever reason, these pairs are like, let's just take our time for a while. Kayla Kelly now with the front 6. Greg Engelkiss front 5. Joe Engelkiss now with 4 in a row. Mrs. Left said she got that one in, but got the front 7 now for Michaela Kelly. All right, everybody, stop what you're doing. Stop what you're doing. Greg Engelkiss is up on 14. It's the shorts, man. It's the shorts. You're bowling good because of them, but you also didn't carry because of them on that one right there. Troy Fuller, he's bowled for a title here. I need them to send me over a list of everybody that's won this event. I've missed about 4 of them due to scheduling conflicts. Who's in the red tee bowling with Kelly? That is Logan Williams. Nice spare, so the run comes to an end for both Greg Engelkiss and Michaela Kelly. Chris Wiley with 2:69 left. This pair has been pretty high scoring. Pretty high, gotta say. Logan Williams now. Got a standings update after game number 4. They should be updated online as well at the link that I've provided. Also, if you go over to our Twitter feed on Inside Bowling, you'll see a link to it at the top. It's pinned now for the weekend. Got a new leader, Nate Stubler, plus 142. Ryan Lakota's in second at plus 138. Daniel Healy's in third at plus 136. Fourth is Kyle Kroll at plus 131. Fifth, Greg Engelkiss at plus 126. Sixth is Alex Denton at plus 113. Seventh, William Jones at plus 112. Eighth is Brandon Mooney at plus 111. Ninth is Cameron Crow at plus 109. 10th is Quincy Bruce at plus 108. 11th is Dan Limish at plus 101. 12th is Kenny Calkins III at plus 100. There are now 33 players plus on this squad. Take that back, make it 35. Troy Fuller's plus 6. Scores started out high. They came down a little bit, but now in this game here, I'm seeing a bunch of scores all throughout the center here. Got a front 6 alert over here on lane 7 and 8. If something interesting develops there, I'll move my camera over there. A lot of friction here. I have had some folks ask me what I've been up to lately, just in general. And I need to start saying this more often, but folks, I've developed a bit of a passion for the baseball card industry and just the sports card industry in general. And I should probably start throwing this out there. I've helped a couple of people that have had older collections, whether if it was their fathers or their brothers or their uncles or their own. I can help you evaluate what those things are worth, and there's a lot of money to be made if you have the right stuff, especially if you send it in to get graded. But it's proper to clean the cards and do all these different sorts of things to make sure you can get premium pricing for it, as well as when to list your eBay auctions or sell it on alternative sites that have less seller fees. If you have baseball cards or know someone that does and doesn't know what to do with them, I offer free Zoom calls where I can access and look at your collection, and we can put together a game plan for you on what to do and how to do it and to maximize the amount of dollars that you can get from your cards. It's a patient process, or if you just want to get money now for them, I can also make a cash offer for your collection. So if any of you out there know anyone that might be sitting on a bunch of old baseball cards, I've kind of become a bit of an expert at it now, and I would love to help anyone out there. I actually helped a young lady a couple months ago, didn't know what to do with her brother's card collection. He actually passed away. It was a really sad story. And instead of just walking into a baseball card store and saying, hey, what will you give me for this? Typically, you won't be able to maximize what you can get. And we ended up getting her about $52,000 for her card collection over time. It took 6 months to get rid of them all, but we did it in a very strategic way, and we were able to capitalize and maximize. And I took a little percentage for doing a lot of the work for her and that, but she came out about 10 times more than what the card shop was willing to give her for the baseball cards. So if you, if you want to get in touch with me, Mike at InsideBowling.com, you can also tweet me, Facebook, friend request me, whatever. I would love to help you out. And there's a good chance if you just got a bunch of stuff from the 80s and 90s that it's not worth a whole lot. But I say that, and Michael Jordan's rookie was in 1986. So you never know. I'd be more than willing to set up those individual calls with folks. Because I'm sure you've heard baseball cards are exploding, and if you want somebody to look at them that's going to give you a true assessment, I'd love to do it for you. Troy Fuller now in the ninth, gets 2-0. Greg picks a spare, can be 248. Joe can still get to 250. Bowling can be in the 250s as well. Next door it was 265, 268, 212, 199. So again, scores going up here. The string on 7 and 8 has ended, which was Jace Meyer. Front 6-9 spare. We do have a pair, Anderson and Lakota, Kroll, and Thompson. They're now down on 17 and 18, and two of those players have the front 5. Lee wants to know, if you're shooting at a 10 pin, the ball bounces up from the channel to make it. How does the scoreboard know that it's a miss? Well, you have to manually go change the score, and all the players on your pair are noticing as well, and they go in and they make a change on the scoring. It's a manual correction. Hey, Monk says, dude, my nephew passed in 2019. First of all, I'm really sorry to hear about your nephew passing away. Yeah, I'd be more than happy to set up a Zoom call and we can take a look at what it is. Sorry, Wes, to hear about your hurricane situation there. That's a shame. Yeah, cool, Monk. I've had a couple people send me some cards already here. This is interesting. It's really been a lot of fun for me. I've really enjoyed it, becoming educated in it. I'm actually thinking about starting a YouTube channel on that now. I've got over 1,400 cards at the grading companies, getting the cards graded. And typically kind of how that works. And to those of you that don't know, and if this bores the living crap out of you, I'm sorry. I'll get back to bowling in just a second. But you know, let's just take one player in particular. When I was doing video shoots throughout the country, you know, working with the brands of Ebonite International, my video guy and I would go into different cities, and if I had time before I went to the airport, I'd stop off at, like, card shops and stuff. And Michael Porter Jr. went to Mizzou, which is, you know, kind of the team I root for in college basketball. And he was injured the entire first year for the Nuggets, and I like Michael Porter Jr. He was a McDonald's All-American. He was the #1 player coming out of high school, and he was just dealing with some injuries, and I just liked him because he went to Mizzou. So I went around to all the different card shops. When I say all, I probably hit up like 3 or 4 when I was on the road. I don't always have time to do it. But, you know, I was buying Michael Porter Jr. rookie cards for like $5 a piece, and some of his better ones for like $20 to $30 a piece. And you know, those cards right now in what's called a PSA 10, which is a grading company, they're called PSA. That card in a PSA 10 right now sells for about $120. And at the time, it was about $12 to get the card graded. So if you take the $12 grading fee plus the $5 I had in the card, that's $17, and you can turn that into $120. Well, I picked up about 40 of these things, not to mention some of his better ones, and I'm just waiting for them to get graded. Now, the chance that they're all going to come back as a perfect 10 is rare, but some of them will, right? So if you do the math on all that, but the thing is, I sent the cards in about a year ago. It takes 14 months to get cards graded because they've been overwhelmed. They actually had to shut it down. And that's just kind of some of the stuff that I've done. And if you find, you know, expensive cards from the past and you send it in to get graded, it's about $150 a card right now, and you get it back in about a month at an express level. And, you know, when you get those back, you know, that's a pretty hefty grading fee, especially if you're going to send in a lot of cards. So when I tell you, you know, I have 12, 13, 1,400 cards, whatever it is, across 2 different grading companies out right now. It used to be $8 to $12 a card to get graded. And eventually it will return to about $20 a card, but they're on like a 5-6 million card backlog because the industry just exploded. So more information than you needed to know, but just wanted to let you know that there's money to be had in that, but it's also a very big patience game. I got 110 cards that are being graded now, and they just charged my card for the grading fees yesterday, and I sent them in September of 2020. So it's been exactly 1 year to get my cards back. But I've got a pipeline built of cards, and should be pretty good over the course of the next year. Get cards back on a regular basis. And then you sell them on eBay or through MySlabs or different different companies out there, and heck, I'm shipping and packing up stuff every single day. 247 for Greg Engelkiss. His dad says, I'm going to whoop you right here. I got 256 left. Quentin Bolin here with a washout. Not too many head pin misses on this pair, and he open frames. Going to be 222 is the final score. It's 191 for Troy Fuller. Which, coming into that game, if you just said, who do you think is going to bowl the highest game on this pair? I might have said Troy Fuller. He's probably the most decorated bowler on the pair, but he's low on the pair with 191. So here's our tournament director and good friend of mine. He's been bringing me up here for over 8 years, Joe Engelkiss. He's the guy that runs the Greater Iowa Bowling Association. If you don't know that, he bowls his own events. He took it over and said that not only am I going to take it over to help keep it going, but at the same time, I'm here to make sure I still have something to bowl. And this is one of those rare instances where a tournament director bowls, and instead of, all the bowlers saying, well, that's messed up, if Joe ever won one of these events, everybody would be happy for Joe, which just speaks to his character and the way that he and his family run these events. So, got 256 left for Joe. Yeah, he knows he didn't like that one. Missed a little right. Every sponsor he deals with, everybody he works with, they all love Joe. He does a tremendous job for bowling here in the Iowa area. Again, if you'd like to enter tournaments, not only just the Ebonite tournaments, the Fall Classic and Winter Classic, you can also just bowl the regular events. GIBA-bowling.com give you the information on all the events that Joe runs. Nice game, Joe. William Jones here on lane 4. Bowling with Zach Grime, Adam Morse, Jason Miner. Get another look at Alex Denton, Zach Denton, Megan Hess, and Addie Nelson finishing up their game number 5. About a half a game behind there on 5 and 6. Had a question, what is the pattern for the event? Get out your phone, get ready to screenshot it. It's up on your screen right now. 42 feet in length. 1.8 to 1 ratio. Very flat, but brand new SPL lanes here at the new Maple Lanes here in Waterloo. Yeah, Nelson, about the card grading, you'd be afraid you never get them back. The landscape changes very quickly in the sports card market right now. For instance, over the summer months when I was traveling to Vegas and a few other areas, I invested in some already graded cards. I purchased some Kyler Murray, some Daniel Jones, some Sam Darnold, and it's all about timing the market too. So, the public dictates the price, right? It's what is somebody willing to pay for something. So when you really dissect it, it's who are the people not looking at, or where are the eyeballs not at right now, but the player still has a tremendous amount of talent and serious upside, right? And you really don't need the upside of an entire year. You really only need a week or 2 week span where they're the headliner on SportsCenter, where you can really, make 10, 15% on your investment pretty quickly. So over the course of the summer, like I said, I picked up some Sam Darnold moving to a new location, and it was some graded stuff. I picked up a couple Lamar Jacksons. I picked up some Kyler Murray and some Daniel Jones. So last week, just for instance, in the sports card market, Kyler Murray was up about 40% after the can of whoop-ass they opened up on the Tennessee Titans. So I had a lot of cards listed of Kyler Murray at a price that I wanted to get for them based off of what I paid. So there was a Kyler Murray, it's called a Prism card. It was a gold laser. It was a PSA 9, not a 10. And I picked it up in Vegas for $130 back in early July when we were filming the backstage bowling videos. And I have it listed on my slabs for $335, right? I have it listed at $335. I got a little bit of a deal on it, I thought. And I had an offer yesterday for that card for $280. Okay, so that's pretty quick. July, August, we're in September, 2-month turnaround. Turn 130 into 280. But I'm still holding out on Kyler, so I countered at 300 to the person, and they have about another 4 hours to accept or not. But if Kyler has another good week this week and people start thinking he's the next Patrick Mahomes, which he's a mobile quarterback, my cards will start to sell off. Now, where you got to be careful is you don't want to fall in love with a player or a card and not get rid of the card for your investment, because there's so many cards out on the market right now that it's totally cool to make your money and enroll it into somebody else next week, next month, or next year. All right, we got some filming going on in here with cell phones, and they're just trying to ask me where can I go and what can I do, and not getting away your cameras. Pretty good scoring pair here on the left. No, Tom Hess isn't bowling. He's bowling the Senior Masters right now in Vegas, and he's undefeated coming into today. If anybody has any updates on that, I'd love for you to post it in the chat. Yeah, these questions like Gary Sheffield rookie still in plastic, multi-pack worth anything? Yeah, Sheffield not so much. There were so many of those produced and created. 80s basketball stuff has some serious value. 86, 87, especially the big-time players like Jordan and Barkley and Stockton and Malone and Ewing and Olajuwon. Yeah, there's a whole bunch more to this. I've been really focusing on this the last couple of years. So I really don't want to bore everybody on this channel, and that's one of the reasons why I want to create this separate channel for sports cards. But Addie Nelson says, I could care less about your sports cards, Flanagan. I just want to go up and throw a triple right now, just for all the people watching on Inside Bowling, not Inside Sports Cards. Okay. Okay. Brad Bassart says Tom Hess is halfway through game number 2 at the Senior Masters. Currently with the front 6. He's leading Ron Moore by 30 after game 1. Wow, Tom is really bowling good. Look who it is. You want to have a seat?
For a few minutes.
Boy, this is a blast from the past. This is like, man, I feel like it's like 8 years ago. You've been a missing man here. Jeff Riggles joins us right now in the booth. How's it going, man?
Great. I just spent about half hour, 45 minutes with Rich Imey, the owner.
Yep.
One of the 3 owners, actually. I'm not here to bowl. Just being a has-been, I'm done trying to compete with these kids. I'll stick to my raisin stuff and next year's super senior stuff. But I came down because the story of what happened with this center and how it got rebuilt is an interesting and very fascinating and great story for bowling, and I want to tell it because this is an important bowling center for tournament bowling and for the Upper Midwest, and it's worth a good story. So I'm got my interview done, and I'll have to transcribe and do some writing, and in a week or 2, hopefully we'll have a nice story about Maple that's well deserved to be told.
That's cool, man. That's cool. So, so you're not really bowling stuff like this anymore, huh?
Well, I bowled very well and got 2 checks in the PBA senior tournaments that I bowled in late July and August, and kind of was thinking, yeah, I mean, I still got it a little bit. You know, because basically I didn't bowl for over a year and had 1 tournament after we came back, and then it was summertime, and all I was doing was practicing, so I wasn't really certain where I was at. And then I bowled my tournament, 11thframe.com Open, and I got to cross with Tom Hess, and then with Cameron Crowe and Nate Stubler, and, you know, watching all the younger guys. And my showing there was very pathetic, and I know I'm capable of better than that, but I think my best, at 59 years old, my best has 0 chance of winning. And, yeah, people have said, don't quit, you can still compete, but just competing and, you know, just trying to make the cut and finish, you know, out of 10th or whatever would really be my top finish I could probably dream of against these guys at my age. That just isn't appealing to me. It's not fun. I bowl for the competition and the thrill of winning, and that thrill of winning against these guys, that's not going to happen. And I'm honest enough and starkly honest enough to admit that. And so I'm officially, you know, Father Time wins. I'm officially retired from big tournaments like that. Now, that doesn't mean that, you know, I bowled our mass tournament at home, and I'll come down for, you know, drive around and bowl some fun more tournaments against younger guys. But to come bowl a high-level tournament on a almost flat lane pattern against all these guys, it's just stupid, and it's just not fun, and that's okay. I have no hard feelings about that at all. When I had my main surgery in 1989 of my 3, the doctor told me I'd never be a high-level competitor in bowling again, and I won 4 Eagles and about 28 more PBA regionals and whatever else after that. So I've had way more than I ever dreamed of having in this sport, and I'm very content with everything I've got out of the game. And you know, I'm taking a few more time to have fun at home and watch some football and do some things with Susie and stick to my senior events. Next year I'll be 60, and you are going to see me go after the few super senior tournaments there are for 2 or 3 years if my body holds up, and see what I can do with those. And then I told Susie, then we'll start taking vacations without bowling balls a lot more.
Megan Hess with a nice 2-4-10 conversion there. To those that don't know, we're talking over with Jeff Riggles. We wouldn't be here streaming this tournament right now, I don't believe, if it wasn't for Jeff. Jeff was the one that put Joe in touch with me and suggested that I come up and stream these events, and it would help with entries, right?
Yep, and it's great that you do. You know, I mean, one of the things that happens with my tournament is if we don't have it, everyone asks about it. And the 11thframe.com Open next year, I'm 95% sure we'll have a live stream of the whole tournament. I can't give out any of the details right now because it's not all settled. But we think we've got something that will happen next year, and that's great because it's fun to. I mean, I probably watch more live stream bowling than just about anyone for somebody who has a job. If I was retired completely, I could watch it even more. But you know, I have Bowl TV, I have Flow Bowling, and I watch everything I can. I'll be at home tomorrow watching the finals of this. I'm sure the last couple matches at least.
It's kind of crazy. You and I at Doug Buer's
Yeah.
wedding. What, 11, 12 years ago now?
I think that was 2009.
Yeah. You and I met each other for the first time. We talked about a lot of different ideas and stuff, and we took to the airwaves on Inside Bowling. You know, back then in 2010, we were on Ustream, then live stream, then we switched over to YouTube a few years later once they allowed people to stream on YouTube. And, you know, those early broadcasts, you were on a lot of those broadcasts with me. You were a big champion of what we were doing, and you were constantly promoting and putting the stuff out, and we got a really nice boost right out of the gate thanks to you, and I'll always forever remember that and appreciate that.
I will never forget that wedding reception for Doug and Brandy because I don't think we'd met at all before
never
that,
met.
And you just kind of cornered me and got next to me and you know, just gave me all your spiel, and I remember leaving thinking, that guy is effing nuts.
Yeah.
And I still think that. But I didn't necessarily mean that in a negative way. I said, no way somebody can do all the things he talks about doing, but you have. So, you know, you all those dreams and all those ideas, most of them you managed to bring to fruition in one way or another, and, you know, that's to your credit. But I remember driving home going, that guy is insane. There's no way he's going to do all that stuff. But, you know, you have.
I've done some of it, yeah, to some regard. And in that connection, you know, I think came back with Burkhart, and you were able to jump out, and we grabbed 11thframe.com and handed that over to you. And then you were able to develop your website. And, I mean, there's a lot of history here with Jeff and I, and it's cool just to be sitting here next to him because we haven't really been together in years.
Yeah, I couldn't even hardly remember the last time. Probably the last time I was at this tournament and you were live streaming it because obviously during the pandemic, you know, I was a homebody with Sue's dad.
Yep.
And I mean, I haven't been at a PBA stop where you might have been at to do any social media stuff in eon. So
for some reason, I was in Green Bay. Remember that? And we went. You and I and Susie went and had.
Oh yeah.
Had dinner.
PWBA.
Yeah, I think
tour.
so. Yeah.
The last time they had the big one there, I think.
Yeah, we were there. That might be the last time I've seen you.
That or maybe the World Series of Bowling.
You mentioned how you. Yeah, I saw you there too. That's right.
A couple of those Susie and I were at when I was in Reno.
Yep. So since you've been watching a lot of live streaming, you may have noticed also, you know, we're reminiscing about the past year, but how crazy is it that in 2021, most of this year, I was on the PWBA, I did all the junior gold broadcasts, and then right after that was over, Flow Bowling called me, and I called that last PBA title of the year. So kind of crazy that I've kind of been passed around a little bit, had some opportunities. So if you've been watching a lot of that, you've heard a lot of me in a lot of different places.
That's for sure. You have been, you know, it's hard to say where you haven't got your fingers on or your microphone on, I guess, which is great. I mean, there's so much out. If you're a bowling person, a huge bowling fan, I mean, the opportunities you have to watch high-level bowling today that never existed in all the years when I was coming up is incredible. Truly incredible.
We've come a long way with the setup and everything here. It's when I used to bring in, it was about 6 crates just to get on the air. Now I can travel with a Pelican case and ask for a few extension cords, and I'm good to go.
This Maple is an amazing testament here, looking at these scores. an amazing testament to, more proof of lane surface's importance in bowling. Brand new lanes, I'm sure as level as you could have them. Obviously not burned up.
Yeah.
Not frictioned into, where early hook takes play at least on the right side. And because this pattern is just as flat and just as hard as most years have been in this tournament, and a lot of years in this tournament under makes the cut, and or just barely plus. And you can look, and my God, I saw these scores. I thought, oh, they got the house shot in, just jokingly, and no, and people are playing everywhere. John Janowitz at Kegel did this pattern. I was talking to Joe about it here. He had a break between games, and he said, this is basically the same level of hardness of pattern that we've had every year here, and the scores are so much higher, but guys can play the gutter, they can play 10, and some are playing, farther in, and this just shows you what a brand new, in great shape, leveled up lane surface can do for scores and for bowling.
Yeah, AMF SPLs here. Everything's AMF in this center. But yeah, you're right. I was looking at, I was talking to Stubler and Crow, who were a couple of the front runners to win this thing. Urethane's in play for them. And, they were talking about, what do you think after 13 games, what's it going to take to get in the top 10?
Oh.
And I took 227 times 13, which is 351 over.
And there's been many years here that I bet you there was no one 351 over, period, in the whole field after 13 games. So
I would like to design a pattern for this now that they're in the new building. I'd like to get involved in that sometime, because I know what's happening here. I know about the friction. I'm used to it from when I ran the IB Open at Crest Bowl and at Tropicana Lanes. There's a couple little tricks you can do to slow down the scoring pace on this. One is a speed bump down lane. One is a 2-2 down lane.
A Hoagland.
Yeah, and I think in the original IB Open pattern, I had a speed bump down lane. We put a 2-2 at the end of the pattern. But here, I think the reason why they're hooking so much, or the reason why friction means scores, and why you're able to get the ball off of a hook spot here, is because of on the way down, it stops oiling at 22 feet and buffs the rest of the way. And I think that's why we're seeing that. It stops at 22.9 and buffs to 42. And then on the reverse, when it puts the 13 to 13 and 11 to 11s, it doesn't get wide again until 20 feet.
Okay.
So down lane, this whole area right here that we're looking at on the lane graph, which I won't be rude to the viewers at home, I'll put it up there for you guys to see real quick too. But it's that area where you start to see the white and the light blue.
Mm-hmm. That's
what creates your friction spot.
Yeah, there's no doubt that a Hoagland bump at the end would definitely turn a few shots that we're going to return into 2 8-10s or 3-7-9s.
31 milliliters isn't bad, but we could bump that thing up to 35. And if you change those 2-2 loads on that top line, instead of 4 loads 2-2 at 18 speed, if you change that to 6 2-2s, or when the machine's going a little bit faster, you could also, those 12 to 12s, you could extend that down to about 30 feet, and you're going to see a lot more hang and a lot lower scoring. But hey, you know what? In my opinion, and I don't think I've ever told Joe this, but just in general, I feel like September should give the players a little bit of a bone, and I feel like February should be tougher. Because if you took the summer off, or you're not in mid-season form, or getting ready for Open Championships or a new season or whatever, I feel like September's kind of a good time to maybe have a 7-to-1 ratio out there, or a ratio like this that does have friction to throw to. But in February, I think that should always really challenge everybody.
Yeah, one of the problems that we have with the 11thframe.com Open is we're trying to balance, I think, too many factors. That 12 games with your Flanagan format is a fabulous thing. Everyone loves bowling that, no doubt. And there's other tournaments that have started using that because it's so much fun to bowl and gives everybody an opportunity on Sunday. You could qualify at the bottom and still make the step ladder. But But when you're doing that, then you're going to put in a massive amount of volume so people aren't going to be lofting the gutter cap. So then you get 37 mils. Well, then you're going to make the shape, so you start outside. Well, then you tend to favor the lefties a lot with just general characteristics of how bowling is. And if you try and slow them down a little to even things out, the margin is so small that some years we've totally locked them out. So there's so many factors there that on this format here, you don't have as many games on Sunday. You can have a little more variety of your patterns. And that lane surface at Cherry Lanes is now, 15 years old almost. And it's not, obviously not like this. It's more like what Maple was when we bowled here in the past. So, you get a lower scoring pace, which everyone likes, but there are just so many tough factors. The hardest thing in the world is to design lane patterns in modern bowling and try to hit that little tiny spot in the middle between too easy and too hard, and between left-handed dominance and left-handed doesn't have a chance. That the middle ground there is so small it's almost indescribable. I don't design patterns at all, but I know enough to talk to the people that do and bowl on them as a bowler, and it's not hard to see.
Yeah, I saw that in from typical male here in the chat. Wanted us to discuss a little bit about flow bowling this summer. Flow bowling's had a little rough go of it. I think they would readily admit themselves. And it really boils down to business in general right now. Let me ask you something. If any of you have gone to a restaurant in the last 6 months, have you ever had slow service? Have you had an issue? Have you seen a sign on the door that says, due to the workforce environment situation, we are currently expecting slower wait times. Please be patient. We're doing the best we can. Has anybody seen anything like that in the last 6 months to a year?
Every place I go.
Anybody seen places closing Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and just opening on weekends? Okay, so it's kind of the way of the world is what I'm getting at, right? So think about flow bowling and the way that their model and their concept is set up, and they need events to make money. They need events to stay alive and not go out of business. How many events do you think were canceled by flow bowling sports? Not only bowling, but all their sports were canceled for a period of time. And how much do you think that impacted their P&L? Probably quite a bit, right? That's difficult to do. So you have to lay people off. You have to get rid of human resources. And then when it all starts to come back, you have to try to rebuild with new people or hire on-site help. Well, right now, how easy is it to hire on-site workers for not large wages? Scorekeepers, things like that, producers, very, very, very difficult. And then you got to fight against the unemployment that's going on as well, the extra $300 a week. And what it creates is a very difficult staffing situation. So when you send out equipment and you have people that don't know how to use it properly or just don't do it all the time, that creates a difficult situation for anyone. And then compound on top of that, how many times did Flow Bowling this summer have 2 events going on at the exact same time?
Yeah.
Okay?
A lot.
So you might tune into a PBA 50 broadcast, which I thought those overall were pretty good. I thought the PBA 50 coverage with Lamont and when Goodger was on site and Tom Carter and those guys, Goodger, when he's there, everything runs pretty damn good. It's when you've got a different crew there that doesn't do it all the time, and you're trying to find people to work it, and it hasn't been easy for them. I publicly, I think, went on your thread, Jeff, when you said something about flow bowling, and I kind of explained a few things. You know, it's if somebody made the comment, Mike Flanagan should take over flow bowling. I was like, okay, all right.
That's not going to fix the underlying issues.
Yeah, I'm just telling you right now, I'm one guy, right? I mean, there's some things I think I could do to help, but I guarantee you 100% of the broadcast on Flow could be a hell of a lot better by me if there were more resources. So I would, look, I get it. You pay to subscribe. You want a good service. We compare all this to Netflix and and Hulu and all these streaming services now. I mean, I'm streaming right now at 720, right? I don't want to stream at 720. I want to stream at 1080. But my internet connection here in the building is only going to allow me to stream at 720 anyway. So why would I go out and purchase 1080 equipment, spend $4,000, $6,000, $8,000 when I show up to a center and then I can't even use my beautiful bells and whistles and gadgets due to the internet speeds that are inside of the bowling centers, right? So it's all just kind of interesting. And Flow Bowling runs into the same issues, the same sort of issues. But they made a tremendous investment in computers and cameras and all that kind of stuff. And overall, the value that you get there along with the articles and the behind-the-scenes stuff, you know, I think it's still a tremendous value. And I would encourage everybody to hang in there with them and give them the benefit of the doubt. And don't single out one stream, one broadcast, or one event. Look at the whole sum of the parts and wait until we kind of rebound a couple years out of this COVID. I'm not saying it should take 2 years to fix all the issues, but I think it'll be a lot better. And I think that they kind of got surprised with the schedule. You know, it's not like when they signed on, you know, there was a set schedule. This is the time of the year you're going to go here or there. Mm-hmm. It all changes so rapidly and so quickly. And then they got to scramble. You know, some events are announced a month out. You know, they don't even know about them, you know, and that's very difficult. So, and I know Jeff Goodger can only do so much, and he doesn't want to travel 52 weeks a year. So, you know, it's an interesting situation. But, again, that was a long answer. But I would, you know, I'm not being politically correct. I'm just being honest for somebody who does it on a regular basis. But I can understand where if you tune in and you want to watch a national title be won online and you're paying for a service and you cannot see it properly or it's not in sync with audio and visuals, I get where your frustration comes from, and I can't make an excuse for that. But
well, I can tell you, Tom Clark, the PBA commissioner, his son Rory bowled the 11thframe.com Open and made the cut. Young guy who's going to be freshman at UW Whitewater on the bowling team this year. Two-hander, throws it really well. Bright future there. Very interesting to be the son of the commissioner. But I had a chance to just chat with Tom a little bit. I was busy on the things I have to do there, and he's busy watching his kids, so I wasn't going to pester him too much. But we touched on a few areas, and when Fox decides these are the times for the PBA and a few other things fall into place, they'll be announcing the 2022 schedule. I would expect that, you know, I don't know, in the next few weeks. It's not that don't worry out there if you're concerned. There's going to be a full PBA tour next year. There's no question about that. It's going to be on Fox. It's just the world is still not real certain in a lot of areas, and Fox has to say, here's the time frames that we have for you. And then PBA can say, okay, we'll put these tournaments in there, and that's what's going to happen. And then Flow Bowling can make their plans, and I'm going to just basically write off anything that I'm really disappointed in bowling in the last year and a half or 2 years. I'm just going to write those things off as far as making any harsh judgments, and I'm going to look at what happens going forward in 2022. Now, hopefully the things will be in a much better place in the world and this country in the next few months, and things will be fairly normal in 2022, I think, I hope. And then we'll be able to make better judgments. You know, people will hopefully get back to their normal routines, and hopefully a thing like Flow will be back to more of a normal situation. And then if they're still struggling as much as they are, then the PBA has to probably make some tough decisions. And Tom and I are going to sit down and I haven't done one in a couple of years with him, a long Q&A that will be at 11thframe.com, and you know, I'll ask him a few of these questions and we'll see what he has to say. But it's not like that Flow is doing this because they hate bowling or they don't care, or you know, if you want to pick out a business model that has suffered, as you touched on, well, let's say you have a product that you sell and all of a sudden the product is 10% of what it was or 20% or whatever, and you are going to try and make your business work with 20% of your product. I mean, it just doesn't work like a lot of businesses, and that's where Flow is. It's not just Flow Bowling. All these sports that they covered shut down. So they probably had, you know, minuscule amount of income in 2020 compared. And so 2021 hasn't been normal either. And they're trying to recover from how much they've lost. So, you know, I don't know enough about how Flow works, and I don't know their CEO or anything like that, but I know enough to know the generalities, and we'll see what they can do. I mean, I'm sure their business model, I have no idea. I'm just totally speculating here, but their whole thing of staying in business might be in trouble. I don't know how bad and it's not bowling. It's how many sports do they have? Like they have 20 or 25 sports, don't they?
It's a bunch.
Yeah, and all those sports were basically shut down for the most part, so they couldn't produce any product and they couldn't get any revenue. And if subscribers were supposed to resubscribe and there wasn't anything to watch, well, why would you subscribe even if you liked what they did? So then that income goes down, and like you said, people get laid off. And it's not like a snap your finger and recover. So hopefully next year will look better. But, I'm not sure what it's going to look like. So I'm not excusing that Flow has not been great, but I understand why it's not been great. And hopefully things will get better and it will look better next year. And if it doesn't, and things are not getting any better, then PBA might have to make some decisions. And I mean, that's one of the questions I'm going to ask Tom whenever. I'm waiting to try and pin him down for a Q&A until they announce the 2022 schedule, because I want to ask him questions about things that exist and are scheduled rather than let's speculate about what's going to happen and know that he can't really answer them. So that's one of the reasons I'm waiting for that. So I would expect a schedule to be out in the next few weeks. It will happen. There is going to be a full 2022 PBA tour. He assured me of that when I talked to him, whatever that was, 3 weeks ago. So don't worry about that if you are. And what it's going to look like, we'll find out soon. And I'm going to ask him a lot of interesting questions after that's all announced. And we'll get a little more visibility. And hopefully next year is going to look a whole lot more like 2019 and before.
We're talking over with Jeff Riggles from 11thframe.com, my good friend. We haven't spent time on the air in a long, long time. It's great to be sitting here with him. Also, Flo enjoyed the one event that I did work. And that just goes to show, too, that it's been a weird year because they never reached out to me to work an event before, and they needed somebody. So Lucas, I think, said, well, Mike Flanagan might be available, and I called that event from my house.
Well, yeah, that's one of the other things. I mean, some people understand it, but when they complain about, say, the PBA's 50 stops and their stepladder and Dave Lamont gets something wrong, well, they got to understand Dave Lamont's sitting in his house in Miami, or the Miami area. He's not at the tournament. And if he's seeing what we're seeing, and if a camera misses something or whatever, he's not on site, and he doesn't have the ability to lean over and ask the guy next to him or John Weber or whoever it might be, hey, give me the info here. If anything, he has to go through texting and all that. So believe me, announcing isn't easy, period. I did it for 5 years on a weekly bowling show, the Bowling with the Champs in Milwaukee, as a color analyst. It's a very hard thing to do, and I couldn't imagine doing that from not being there on site. So that hopefully that's going to go away and next year, and people will be able to travel normally, and they'll have funds to get guys on site during the tournaments. And if they don't, well, then you're going to have a lesser product, and it is what it is.
Yeah, exactly. It was weird for me. I never called a tournament from my house. So
I don't know how that's.
So I was sitting there and I was like, what am I going to do here, right? So I pulled out like my really good microphone that I use for all the podcasts that I did. We did those 8 weeks of daily shows on YouTube, me and Matt Farber. And then I grabbed this soundboard and I hooked up an apparatus, and then I brought up 2 different monitors where I had every flow stream up so I could see what was going on in all the different pairs. And then, and then you sit there by yourself. You don't have anybody to talk to or bounce things off of. And it's Vin Scully,
Do you only then? You don't see anything that you're seeing the same stuff that Flow subscribers are seeing, right?
Yep.
So if a camera misses a shot, you're in the dark as much as any viewer is.
Yeah, yep. Yeah. What I typically, like I said, what I typically did is I'd bring up the flow zone, which is I guess what I was on, and then I would bring up all the different pairs in individual browsers, or they've got the 4 square thing, and people, just to kind of put this to rest, people really compliment me a lot on this channel. But at the same time, I just want to remind everybody, I've got one channel going out. These folks have 8 different channels. You can pick what pairs you want to watch. You can move around, you know, like they got scorekeepers sitting there punching in the scores, which that can be debatable whether or not that's necessary. The picture-in-picture on the scoreboards, in my opinion, it suffices.
Yeah,
but
that's where they could. If you're going to look for one thing Flow may do different, if they were smart, or if they were most concerned with producing product and saving money, would be get rid of paying folks to sit there and type in scores when you can just use another camera or whatever and look at the scoring monitor. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I agree with that, but at the same time, you know, they're a very successful business and they do things their way and it works well. You know, Steve Taylor's got a nice game going here. Open spare 6-bagger. We've also got an 8-bagger next door as well. That's what happens every time if we just talk, and everything's good, everything's fine. As soon as I say, all right, this guy's got a good run going, I'm going to say something. Then here it comes.
Yeah, look at. Yeah, Sue.
Yeah, let's talk about this run Hess has been on. I'm gonna move that camera a little bit, but if you want to start, man, Tom Hess. Oh my God.
Yep.
That guy. You want to talk about somebody who's worked and grinded so long and just been waiting for something good to happen outside of his one-hit wonder. Boom.
I've had a lot of fun writing stories here in the last couple of weeks that involve Tommy. I so much enjoyed him winning that Senior U.S. Open, and I didn't bug him that night. I waited till the next day. I texted with him a little, and I knew he was driving to Vegas, and talked with him while he was driving to Vegas for his little mini vacation with Sue, because he's not 60 yet. So while the USBC Super Senior Classic was going on, they had a little vacation, and I had a great time talking with him. And the ironic thing is that I joked with him about being PBA 50 Player of the Year, because I saw the points, and I said, hey, if you win again in the Senior Masters, if Pete doesn't finish second, you're going to be Player of the Year. And he's, I know what the points are. But I just won one. I'm winning 2 in a row. Majors, well, there he is. There he is, and I don't know what's happened today. I know that he was in the winner's bracket to start today. They started at 11 a.m. Central Time, and I've been interviewing Rich, and now sitting here chatting with you. I haven't looked at any results, and I'm about to get in a car and drive back to Wisconsin. It's an amazing thing. He's maybe 2 days away from going from 1 PBA title to 3, all majors. And that would really be something. And as Sue mentions in the chat there, he was on C Squad here, and because he wanted to come back and bowl this tournament if he didn't make it to today, and had a flight scheduled. But needless to say, he's bowling at Samstown right now. It would really be something. It's very interesting. What I wrote my story on today before I headed over here was the 4 players, actually 5 if you count Amleto, in contention for PBA 50 Player of the Year, are all still alive. Let's see, it's Barnes and Hess in the winner's bracket starting the day, and then Weber, Angelo, and Amleto, Monicelli, in the loser's bracket. And any one of those 5 who wins this tournament, if Pete doesn't finish second, I believe, if I did all my math right, would be the Player of the Year. So imagine if 2 or 3 of those guys are on the show tomorrow from Vegas. That will really, really be interesting. The Player of the Year coming down to the final stepladder of the year. That's really cool, and it'll be fun to watch.
No doubt. No doubt. Yeah. I texted him and sent him a VH1 one-hit wonder picture and said, I guess this show just got canceled.
Yep. And I had fun with that too after he won. And it's funny because I was out there in those PBA 50 stops, and he was so frustrated because he was bowling good and couldn't win, and had made 3-4 step ladders. And then the one tournament after I'd gone home, he led the tournament and had a pretty big lead after qualifying, and then didn't even make the step ladder. And then I crossed with him at the 11thframe.com Open where he finished second. And I'm always on his case to be more positive towards himself. He's so darn hard on himself. And, I said, enjoy what you're doing. Enjoy the competition and having the chance to win, and just let it happen, and be thankful you can do this. Look at me. I said, you could be old, crippled, and a complete has-been, and you still got years left to be out here battling for wins. They'll happen, and then boom, he gets the Senior U.S. Open, and now maybe another one here. We'll see. A long day here for those guys. And Sue's saying he's up by 40 over Ron Moore after 2 games. I think the way those double elimination brackets, you need to win if you win your first 5 matches, you're guaranteed being on the show, and the 6th match gets you the top seed, if I remember. And so, he's only, if he hangs on here against Ron Moore, he could be within 3 of being the top seed, and that's just really something. Good for him. The nicest guy ever, and sometimes his own worst enemy, as I've told him. Hopefully, these wins he'll become, and there he is, become a little more relaxed guy and win even more. He's just the nicest. He's got the biggest heart, and sometimes a little too big for his own good.
Could you imagine Tom Hess versus Tim Mack in a final?
Oh, did he just make that? Yes.
Looks like he just made it 2-4-10. I was just bouncing around to try to see. Well, I'm watching Bowl TV real quick up here in the booth. Tim Mack is kind of the other story here that we're watching this week.
Boy, Tim's in an amazing, amazing story. That guy, there is nobody. I always like to say that I've gotten more out of a physical wreck of a body than just about anybody with 3 wrist operations and all the things I've had, but I can't hold a candle. Tim Mack's wrist works perfect, but the whole rest of his body is an absolute disaster. Now, people don't know his backstory. He was a fullback at Penn State under Paterno, and was a walk-on. And, this is back in the day when football was a lot more violent game. And, Tim's had 7 surgeries, I believe, on his knee, the slide leg knee. And now he's got both shoulders are a disaster. But there's no one that has a bigger heart to want to bowl than that guy. I talked with him on a couple of those senior stops I was at, and it burns in him. People may not understand because he didn't spend the best years of his career on tour, but that's a guy that had the talent to be a PBA Hall of Famer if he would have devoted his life to PBA bowling instead of being the global pioneer of bowling and for Storm and for the U.S. And accomplished so much that way. He's just an amazing, amazing guy, and so popular, so awesome. I just love that guy, and does so much for other bowlers. It would be amazing if he could win, and I know that just burns for him. If who knows, with his shoulders, maybe it's his last term he could ever bowl. So I hope he wins. Had to take a cortisone shot just to be able to bowl.
Yeah, no doubt.
Well, Bud, I have an appointment to get to. I got to drive back to Wisconsin, go to Gail Myers' golf outing in Monroe.
Oh, wow.
Because I'm meeting, that's Gail, my buddy, my teammate, running golf outings and playing softball, and not much bowling. He'll get back into bowling as the season goes on. But he's at this golf outing, and a couple of my Chicago buddies, Robert Cheris and Jeff Figlowitz, big beer guys. I've got a big box of beer in my trunk, and on the way home, they're in the golf outing playing today, and they have beer for me, and we're doing an exchange. So I got a clock ticking, and then home to Susie Fever, watch some football, and get Bella, our Poochie, on my lap and snoring away tonight.
All right. Well, good luck to your Brewers in the postseason.
Oh, boy. I tell you, we finally broke the Wisconsin curse with the Packers, with the Bucks winning the championship. And, I just can't imagine. As much the Brewers have far exceeded. They were 81 wins in most of the over-under win lines, and they're going to be 95-ish. But I just can't imagine them beating the Dodgers or whoever it might be in the playoffs. But who knows?
I don't know how my Cardinals are even in it.
Yeah, they're right at the wild card right now.
Yeah, they are the wild card,
They are.
and they beat San Diego last night, which I don't know how they're beating San Diego. Like, very interesting postseason coming up here. But it's kind of like poker. All it takes is a chip and a chair, right?
Yep, you're right. And baseball is one of those sports where it's not so much. Strange things happen in the postseason in baseball. In the NBA, usually the best team or one of the 2 or 3 best teams wins every year.
Yep.
Football, there aren't any fake Super Bowl winners too often. But baseball is weird. A hot starting pitcher or a bad outing by a starting pitcher and funny errors in the field, and strange things can happen. And you get 83-win teams like the Twins have done, winning the World Series, and that would be like a team that won 9 games in the regular season in the NFL winning, and that certainly hasn't happened too often. Or maybe eight wins. That's almost 500 at 83-79. That was the Twins the one year, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, 83 and 79, I think it was. The Mets won one year when I was a kid, when they were barely over 500. But so baseball, it's fun to live in a state where most of my life growing up the teams were horrible, and now we've got 3 good ones, and the other good one is a soap opera. So
it is a soap opera.
And I'm handling all this coverage at I'm shepherding our websites at the Wisconsin State Journal, at Capital Newspapers, and so and I get messages. I'm on message chains with our beat writers that cover the Packers and stuff, and it's an interesting. The Bucks are like the least dramatic team in the NBA. Everything is hunky dory there, and the Brewers are pretty calm too. And then you've got the Packers, and it's not even just Rodgers now. We got Zadarius Smith. This whole situation going, their big pass rushing star, the key to their defense perhaps, and now they put him on IR, and the question is he even injured? Is this back injury a phantom, and will he get traded? Will they, it is just the Lambeau Field, that whole area up there, that is the soap opera of the whole NFL right now.
Well, happy birthday to Sue Hess, too. She's got a birthday.
I'll say hi to Susie when I get home. I'm sure she says hi to you, and hopefully we'll be watching Tommy on the show tomorrow. Thanks for letting me sit in some, Mike, and I'm going to go drive legally and get no tickets, but leaving myself plenty of time to get to Monroe and see everybody.
Sounds good, man. Good seeing you.
I'll watch you tomorrow.
All right. It's Jeff Riggles from 11thframe.com. If you're not subscribed to 11thframe.com, you should go check it out. 11thframe.com. Lots of good information over there. It was good to catch up with Jeff. He's on his way out of town. Game number 7 underway here out of 7. Sue, by the way, Megan can bowl 279 here in this game. She's on lane number 10 right now, off to the left of your screen. She just finished out with 279 on that shot. I do have standings after 5 were delivered up here when Jeff and I were yapping. Nate Stubler is your leader at plus 190. Ryan Lakota in second. At Jones in 5th at 161. 6th, Alex Denton at 160. 7th, Kyle Kroll at plus 158. 11th, Jace Meyer at 116. Alec Riesland in 12th at plus 114. Quincy Bruce is 13th at plus 109. 14th is Kenny Calkins III at plus 96. 15th, Dan Limish at plus 94, I should say. And 16th is Kyle Anderson at plus 93. Again, this squad with 28 lanes and 2 per each is 56 bowlers in total. 38 of them are plus. Jason Miner plus 4. Plus 4, Jason Miner. And that runs it down for you, everybody. Yep, Megan finished with 279. And she was minus 50 after 5, so she definitely got back to plus. Top 56 will be coming back. 1 and 3 make it back to the cashers round. So 56 divided by 3 is 18.66 off of each squad, which after 5 was plus 86-ish. If every squad gets the same amount of people, and obviously that normally never happens, but earlier we were talking about a top 10 number. $224.8 right now. Average. Again, if you're looking for standings, I do have a posted pinned comment here with the link to the standings if you'd like to go check them out yourself. Our next squad is scheduled to start at 1:45, which is in an hour and 20 minutes. We had a really quick pace of play there going early on, but not real sure what's happened since then. Pace of play has slowed down a little bit. I'm going to step away for just a second. I want to go see if I can get a picture or something for you. I do want to give you guys a virtual tour of this place, the newly built Maple Lanes. But I just took a couple photos for you. Pictures don't do it justice. But here is the 4-string bowling lanes, the duck pin bowling lanes. And then here is the bar. And those are just live shots I just took in the Kingpin Social Club. That's what they call that. So, pretty cool. And Sue, Megan, that was game number 6 that she was finishing with 279. She's still got a game to go. She's on 15 and 16. Some of these pairs are in game 7. Some of them are 9 and 10 was the slowest pair for whatever reason. I have scores after game number 6. Nate Stubler continues to lead at plus 221, followed by Kyle Kroll at plus 194. Cameron Crowe at plus 191. William Jones at plus 188. Ryan Lakota at plus 175. 6 is Greg Engelkis at plus 153. 7th, Alex Denton at plus 152. Followed by Kenny Calkins the third at 150. Chris Wiley at 146. Alec Riesland at 141. Daniel Healy at 140. Brandon Mooney in 12th at 137, followed by Josh Collins at 133. Kyle Anderson at 128. Josh Preverill at plus 118. 16th, Lance Rockwell at plus 111. 18 players are plus 100 or more through 6 games. And now we have 39 players plus on this squad. Zach Grime, just the minute I talk about his 279 game, he does not strike in the 10th frame. He's going to be in the 250s. Still got 248 up, 240 on the board. Adam Morse. Can't trip the 4. Sorry, guys, for talking about you. You're bowling just fine, then I talk about you. I understand. On lanes 11 and 12, right next door. Still 3.5 frames to play. Still got a couple scores out here for Scott Merritt, Mark Stenger. Steve Taylor and Ryan Burks. Again, we'll be back just around 1:45 today. That's about an hour and 10 minutes with our B squad qualifying. Back again at 7 with C squad tonight. I'll step away, grab a bite to eat, come back in, be refreshed and ready to go. Glad you're watching the Ebonite Fall Classic with me here on Inside Bowling. Just a reminder, it's an opportunity to go out and support the sponsors. Ebonite, title sponsor of this event. When you're looking to purchase your next bowling ball, make sure you consider an Ebonite bowling ball for your next purchase. Also, want to thank the Waterloo Convention and Visitors Bureau, Infusion Bowling, USA Mortgage, Budweiser and Bud Light, the Hampton Inn, the OP Restaurant over on Ridgeway, and Quick Star, convenience marts and gas stations. Again, if you'd like to support the channel, you can do so in several different ways. You can just subscribe to our YouTube channel and like the video. You can also follow us on social media, Facebook at Inside Bowling, Instagram at Inside Bowling, and Twitter at Inside Bowling. Also, if you'd like to do a little bowling shopping, pick up some t-shirts or some different assorted items, you can head over to InsideBowling.com. You can use the coupon code YouTube for a nice discount, 15% off all those items over there. It helps support us, helps supports the channel, keeps us going here at Inside Bowling. We appreciate all of you that have purchased over the years. 400 different shirt designs or more available at all times. We add new shirts every single month on there. We also have a licensing deal with the Ebonite family of brands, Brunswick family of brands, as well as the Motive brand. So 257, 216. William Jones, bowl 258. 248, I mean. Just kidding. Scott Merritt now to bowl 259. Stinger converts. Bowl 218. I've seen Steve Taylor bowl better than he's bowling today. Just plus 35 coming into this game. We're on pace for about 120 to be the cut number after all squads right now. Just through one squad, that's kind of our estimated number, around 120. A little surprising that the scores are this high, considering the pattern that we have. So I'll put that up on the screen since nobody's bowling on the right side of the screen if you guys want to check that out. 42 feet in length, 1.8 to 1 ratio. Merritt was minus 90 coming into this game, which surprises me because he had a really big game earlier. It's 175. The best we can have out of Ryan Burks. These will be our stepladder pairs right here for us. 11 through 14. What we're going to use for the step ladders come Sunday. We'll bring it into the booth. Glad you had a chance to watch 7 games of qualifying here from the new Maple Lanes. Thanks for joining me. My name is Mike Flanagan on Inside Bowling, of course. We'll be back just about an hour or so with our B squad qualifying. May start a little bit late, just depends on how long it takes them to oil the lanes. But we have a full squad for you on B squad as well. 56 more players will bowl. We'll also be back with a C squad tonight at 7 o'clock. No, this tournament wouldn't be possible without our great sponsors. Of course, our tournament title sponsor, Ebonite. So when you're considering your next bowling ball purchase, check out Ebonite, or the Brunswick family of brands at least. Also would like to thank the Waterloo Convention and Visitors Bureau. They've been supporting this event ever since the beginning. It's been going on about 16 of these events or so. I'm gonna get the number on that and get all our past champions. But I feel like I've been coming here 8 years, so twice a year, September and February, every single year. Also, Infusion Bowling, you save 25% off over at Infusion Bowling by using the coupon code GIBA for 25% off. As a matter of fact, USA Mortgage, Budweiser, and Bud Light. Also, the Hampton Inn, OP Restaurant over on Ridgeway, and Quick Trip Corporation for their sponsorship as well. Thanks for hanging out with me during the squad, everybody. You guys make it fun in the chat. And I want to thank Jeff Riggles for spending a little bit of time coming by as well. Check out 11thframe.com. We'll have scores coming up for you after 7 games. It'll be on that link that I put in the chat. Otherwise, you can go over to Twitter. It's pinned to the top of Inside Bowling's Twitter feed, and you can check on the standings all throughout the event. So it's good to have 7 games under our belt here at Maple Lanes, the new Maple Lanes, beautiful new renovated bowling center. They rebuilt this place, got it back up and running about 16, 17 months later. Hats off to the Amy family, Rich, Kathy, Fran, Linda. Great job getting this place back as a bowling center. So that's going to do it for the morning squad, everybody. We'll see you back here on Inside Bowling here in just a little bit. Stay safe, stay healthy. God bless. See you soon.